Hey, we're back with more Trails 2. Let's do this free day thing. Let's do... Do we not get one with Claire? Alright. Oh wait, no, she has one there. Hey, Johan, how you doing? Do anything about Evil Millium? Telling you it only served to confuse you. Okay. Yeah, I probably won't use Sharon, but why not? She's technically outside the mansion. It's confusing that there's two maps. Alright, well, never mind then. Toval, you're not even in my party. Let's hang out. Oh, well, not if we're going to church. Doing alright, Johan. Probably won't ever use Gaius. None of the characters that have bonding events are characters that I plan to use in my party, so fine. Help Gaius. Clear out the snow. I noticed that they repaired the broken lamppost. The main casualty of violence and aggression in this series. It's always chilly in the Highlands. Ever been accustomed to soaking them. Nord's not in any danger now because we broke their radio tower, so they're gonna give up. Raining Gaius went up. Okay. Where are you doing the cooking? Still haven't addressed the fact that she's a former Ouroboros member. Oh, Rian acknowledged it in his inner monologue. She's still our Sharon, which is still a pretty creepy person. I love that this is optional. Seems really important. Getting a party member. I used to be Sephiroth's bosomist buddy. Okay, well, I'm not gonna pry. Should you choose to define the way you and your classmates fight as good, then Ouroboros is evil. If I too am part of the society... Okay. Do you get to use stand powers partway through a fight when you're losing, like Phantom Thief B does? That well may be true. Yeah, it clears up nothing. Okay. Seems like a really severe conflict of interest. And we're hinging this whole loyalty thing on maids are loyal to their masters? Don't need to use it. Guessing there's no weapon upgrades at the moment. The Manju? The Eastern confectionery that Mr. Kafai brought here. Uh-huh. Is this one of these non-marked side quests? Can't pick up hit 2, right? Doesn't look like it. Still no hit 2. No. Alright, Church, Foot Bath with Elisa, or Milliam. God, I can't win. Where's Machias? Alright, that's fair. Basically, the maid character, who has been comically overpowered in every scene we've seen her in, was revealed rather flippantly as a member of the super evil villain organization, who are the main villains. And nobody commented on it at the time, and now we're just kind of fine with it. It's like, yeah, okay. That makes sense. They model a chess set just for this? I thought there were chess sets in the first game. Like there was, you could visit the chess club. Pointedly in the bonding cutscene, she didn't refer to herself as a former member. She's like, yeah, I'm still a member. But, you know, as a maid, those priorities come first. Clearly not playing speed chess. You haven't even seen my true chess form. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wild monkeys broke into the outdoor storehouse. That does happen from time to time. Arctic monkeys? This was like Tibet? It shouldn't, like, bug me so much, but I'm really frustrated by the fact that side quests have a green map indicator, but are only there for like half of the side quests. I don't understand why they would do it that way. I think they're trying to get you to do like a Blue Dragon talk to all the NPCs because we put all this work into adding all of this dialogue in between sequences thing. But it seems like it ends up just being walkthrough bait. Kiki's beanbag split open. Do you have any Azuki beans? How they have all this imported Eastern food in here. So there's one of like Serp's pet peeves. You're playing a obviously Victorian-inspired game, and one of the first things you run into is Amu rice or something super Japanese. Beans repel evil. It's amazing to think of how many things you can do with Azuki beans. Oh man, presumably those are enemies that they're repurposing for the side quest? Is that a skill you gain through your training? Threatening monkeys. It's all because I have a big bad and I'm really, really into windmills, or something equally random and alien to normal human reasoning. Do I really need to be here for this? Waited there for 2 hours. But I had limited bonding points. It seems like it's unfair to anime to suggest that anime in particular has this issue of, like, elevating a character quirk to, like, the plot or focusing on it way too hard. I mean, we see it in Star Trek every week, where that's kind of the problem they run into with a lot of their fantasy science fiction races. The Klingons all are one thing, right? The Vulcans are all one thing. Part of what was surprising with this past weekend's episode, where the Cardassians are actually kind of interesting because they seem like they're multidimensional, monocultural alien species. Yeah. Maybe that's the difference, is like Western fiction runs into that trouble with, like, they'll stereotype a culture. And it's irritating when it happens in Western fiction, but I think that they're willing to do it to, like, an individual character. Like, this character's quirk is that they're Sundara, or...
Are you an upper rank? Here's a little something from the guild.
Receive luck as a perk.
Nice work. Wow, nice job.
I am the windmill guy. Everything is about windmills, right? Don Quixote is an actual garbage anime character. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out, why does it feel different for anime? Is it just because I'm prejudiced against it, so I'm looking for reasons to dislike it? It does feel like something different is happening here than, like, your monocultural Klingons or whatever. But I'm open to the argument that no, it's a problem throughout all fiction. I guess I can detect it even in media that I like. I like Final Fantasy VI, but Cyan's, like, thing is that he's bad with technology, right? And I guess because the game is so short, they don't overdo it. You get, like, a couple scenes about it. And he has other features, like, also his family got murdered, right? But I feel like if you took a character like Cyan of he's bad with machines and you ported it into a full-length anime or a 70-hour JRPG, that they would just bludgeon you with it. makes sense, Six Gun. Oh, Daddy Schwarzer, who's totally not dead and is fine now. I think maybe what Six Gun's saying, though, is that, like, once writers spend enough time with the Klingons, they're like, you know what, we've done this a million times at this point. We could do it again, but why bother? Like, can we explore something that hasn't been explored yet about this culture? Or can we show an individual who veers from the stereotype in some way, right? Whereas I think in anime, you don't have that pressure, like, okay, we've done this 100 times, it's the 101st time, let's twist it a bit. They're like, no, this is what works. Alright. I was going to bring all adults with me, but it looks like that's not an option, so... One adult. Change anything here? Soldats can't be compared to Divine Knights. An ash-colored knight? I'm waiting for someone to react in shock to that again today. Legram time? Laura, Emma, and Eustace. Somebody asked, you said there were 3. Of course we're going to have someone separated. I was hoping they were going to do something like this. Break the formula for the last area. On the move or aboard an airship, wouldn't be able to detect him. Yeah, it gets put down to, oh, that's their quirk. Right. Yeah, I think that's the difference, is it's quirk-driven. It's not stereotype-driven, or, like, even cultural stereotype-driven. This is the windmill guy, this is the batted machines guy, this is the maid lady. This is taciturn child soldier. American rom-com writers and their idiot balls, right? Organized party. Reserve. Wait, no, stop it. Why would they have me fill this out twice? It's weird. I guess in case I wanted to, like, grind enemies out in this area? Open the spirit path. Yeah, that's fair, Walter. Trying to draw a mental comparison to like Saturday morning cartoons from the 80s and the 90s. I'm suddenly experiencing some frame drops and keeping an eye on it. I don't know if it's going to be permanent. I feel like you wouldn't get that same level of like cheesy advertisement focused ultra low effort Saturday morning cartoon like we used to have with old school Transformers, old school G.I. Joe, old school TMNT. Like you go back and watch those Thundercats, they have not aged well. And you'll get like reboots for them where you have people working on the reboot who grew up with the material as kids. And it's not like Shakespeare, but you know, they're definitely trying to approach it a little bit less carelessly, maybe is the word. Lazily is probably the more important word. And I think a lot of anime and anime adjacent properties like video games appear to be taking on that like more mature bent to it, or at least more or less lazy bent to the general direction of the story and the target audience of the story. But yet, when it comes to characters, they're still super lazy, and they're like, who cares? It's shonen, right? It's a Saturday morning cartoon. You didn't care about Transformers being dumb and being meant to market and sell toys. Why would you care about this? You been to LeGrand before? She was. Yeah, that's fair. Well, I have that issue. Like, I love police procedurals, even though I'm deeply skeptical of the police, and the fact that a lot of police procedurals put forward this really gross.
I spy with my little eye. The
like
advantage is ours. Let's finish him. My turn.
Anti-rights of the accused narrative, right? The good police are the ones that break down the door instead of waiting for the warrant because we know that they're justified. Like, that stuff, super gross, super common in police procedurals, often glorified. I still like the media, though.
All right. Ha! Okay.
I'll handle it.
And I think I feel similarly about a lot of anime where, like, I like this.
An opening.
There's stuff in here that's good. But I feel like a lot of anime and anime adjacent property like really makes you work to extract the diamonds from the coal mine, right? Like
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him.
Here I go.
I need to see that episode. We haven't watched it yet.
Second form.
The one on the segment on raids.
Now!
I'll set you up.
You're done.
My turn.
Onward. Ha! Right.
My turn.
Oh, really? Sakaguchi's studio?
My turn.
It's my turn. Ha! All right.
Now! Broken! Okay. Hostiles neutralized.
What's the like elevator pitch for it?
There's the Upple Branch line, so we're on the highway now.
We'll need to turn right to reach the town then.
There's chests this way. It's like a Fantasia, but Fantasian. For tablets, oh, you're killing me. I'm sad they never did the Terra Battle console
I can
game.
totally see myself getting lost in this.
Final Fantasy with less finality.
Seize the moment!
If Terra Battle wasn't this like gross microtransaction littered free-to-play game, I thought it was a really cool combat concept.
My
It's basically JRPG Othello.
Understood.
Let's move. That's that.
But it had that severe brand dilution problem. Or like the fact that it was free to play and the fact that there wasn't a lot of story and the fact that it had this heavy emphasis on gacha mechanics. It's like, why?
We're strong enough to take that.
Why are you
fast
burning
run.
this cool idea on this horrible delivery mechanism?
My little eye. The goods.
This one was really tough. Be careful.
My turn.
Let's move.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Here's our chance.
You really know her.
Oh, that treasure chest looks really nice.
Blue scaled mail. Shockingly light mail.
Advantage is ours.
I get that mobile devices are like really popular in Japan as a gaming platform, but
It's my turn. Now.
I guess Japan doesn't have the same like hardcore community stigma against the mobile platform. Yeah. Right, exactly. And it's bizarre, like I feel like it doesn't have to be. I don't know if the medium being poisoned is it's just the way the snowball started rolling when mobile games first started to be a thing.
I spy walls.
I feel like that could have just as easily happened to PC games. Extra misty. The theme in the gram reminds me of a song from the FF5 soundtrack. I think Kami just means like there's nothing technologically that should be positioning us to be opposed to mobile as a platform. It's just cultural snowball problem. If I just hear something's getting a mobile port, it is alarming to me about the non-mobile versions of the game in a lot of cases. It's the badass butler guy. Klaus. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. Like, even though I have great self-control and don't want to interface with the financial hooks, them just being there, it's enough to detract from the experience, unfortunately. Because I think it corrupts the game design principles when money's involved in any way. Miles! Just Miles. Bracers are more active now. They're basically shut down as of the first game. Well, I've heard talk of an ash-colored knight. It's so insane that it has this unusual paint job. I feel like that needed to be like a physical feature, like Winged Knight or Jetpack Knight or something. Great Sword Knight. Alright, so Eustace is missing. Alright, they're headed to the spooky castle. I feel like there's a lot of high priority things if you could go back in time and change specific events. Stopping Hitler, stopping 9/11. But like, if I got if another time traveler assured me they would deal with all of those things, I would stop Spirits Within from getting made so that Sakaguchi wouldn't have to resign from Square in disgrace and lead to all of this. I bet he still could have made Blue Dragon even with Square. Low stakes, entertainment media, temporal nexus points. Oh, let me check the shop really quick. They might have upgrades here. Auto store. So no hit 2. Here we go. Phantom M70. No new Mega Quartz yet. Oh, some of these get extra names, and some of them are like, whatever, it's the other one plus one. We're not paid to think about this. Blue scaled mail, shield coat. May as well get the more expensive ones, I suppose. I'd be happy to pay $80 for a long game. There's plenty of AAA titles that would be fine at $70, $80, or $90. God of War 2018, sure. I think it's a fault of consumers that we're okay with gross, corrupting MTX models and gacha systems, but balk at increasing the base cost of these huge, super long titles. I think the fact that there are so many games and there's so many different price points well below that, and that if you're willing to wait, you can get those full price games at half or quarter or 1/8 of the price if you just don't play it on launch, I think should make that more acceptable to most people. It's like, well, I don't need to play God of War 2018 on launch. Divine Knight, just like the Ashen and Azure Knight, supposedly slumbered there. Shock and awe. We had all that robot stuff in common when we went to the castle before, I remember. So once a Divine Knight here, but it's now gone along with its Awakener. It's kind of a big revelation. Yeah, right, 6 gun. Happened with movies, though. Movie tickets went up. Cost of Netflix went up, right?
What a pain.
You look awfully happy about seeing Emma again soon, though.
Right.
I do not.
Why wouldn't she be? She's her familiar. Well, them losing their contracts happened independently from the costs going up. That was just that nobody thought streaming was going to be this huge thing that was going to supplant more traditional forms of media acquisition. So everybody sold the rights to stream content to Netflix for a song. And they're like, I want a piece of that pie. $15 still below the lunch threshold. Yeah, I used to call it the price of a burrito. Like, hey, new costumes for Emma and Laura.
Is that a cryptid?
Come, Emma. We'll fight with all we have.
Right.
Stop!
I feel like I used Laura a lot in the first game, even though her crafts aren't super great.
Luke's Lamina.
Now, Laura! Of course! Be gone!
Didn't even need our help.
Whoa! I can't believe they beat a cryptid all on their own.
Man, Laura's gotten even stronger.
Emma's no slouch either. Her powers never cease to amaze. Looks like they didn't need our help after all.
They're not out of the woods yet.
About these RPGs, they
Watch
never
out.
give staff-wielding
Something even bigger is
characters like an idle animation. It's a staff. Set it on the ground and lean on it or something. Zell Venom, gluttonous lizard. Okay.
What is that?
Where did it come from?
Laura! Emma!
Nani the fuck?
Am I imagining things?
Reen. Celine. We can explain after we've taken care of things here.
We'll back you two up. Ready?
We're right here with you, Laura.
I can't believe you're here. Very well. Then lend me your strength.
Let's go, everyone.
Cosmetics don't bug me too much. I like
This
Guild
one looks
Wars
dangerous.
2's
Be
system. Oh wow, critical first turn? Jesus.
Too
Okay.
slow. I'll handle it.
Let's see.
You
Thanks!
have my thanks.
Here I go!
My turn.
Radiant Waltz.
Here I go. I'll handle it.
Guild Wars 2 was mostly cosmetics, but the main thing they pushed was very, very minor quality of life improvements. Very minor. Like, the game had salvage kits that you could use that were dirt cheap to acquire and took up an inventory slot. And you'd have to have a stack of them to salvage things.
Here goes.
And they added like an infinite use salvage kit for $5 that saved you, I don't know, a couple copper and the trouble of having to remember to go back to town and replace the stack of regular salvage kits every 10 hours or so. But it was the kind of thing where it's like, well, I'm not paying a sub for this, so this seems like a reasonable thing for me to throw $5 at to thank the devs for making a good game.
My turn.
I feel like minor microtransaction type features like that are here to stay. Because you have this whale problem where if you include the
You're
what
done.
is it, the I Am Rich, was that the
Let's move!
Apple iPhone app or whatever that was like $999 and did nothing, it just said I am rich. If you include that in your game, someone will buy it, even if it requires you zero dev effort to include. So you would be kind of crazy to not try to capture the people that want to give you that money, you know?
Here I go. Filthy dick. What's that?
Yeah, I can't really express how mild of an improvement it was, though.
Targets eliminated. Let's
It wasn't
get
like
going.
getting extra storage slots or extra inventory space or something.
I've got it!
And you could argue it's like, well, you know, those shouldn't be a consumable item anyway. It should just be an infinite use item since it's something you barely have to pay attention to under
Finally.
normal circumstances. So it's corrupting
I
their
can't sense
design.
anything else here now. You guys okay?
It's really you, isn't it?
They're so happy to see Reen's back. Your cat's
You're
here.
all here.
She kept me alive on cat milk for like a month.
Of course it's us.
I don't know what to say.
I feel like if that's her familiar, she should be like
This is
losing her
all
shit.
So sudden.
They've been separated for like over a month.
Still, I'm happy to see you're well, Reen.
Oh no, Spiky.
I'm genuinely lost for words. I've never considered myself as the sort to cry at reunions like these, but clearly I was mistaken.
Laura.
I'm really sorry for making you worry about me. And I can't possibly thank you enough for fighting on so that we could see each other again like this.
There's no need to apologize, Reen. I swore to swing my sword as a member of Class 7, and I always believed that we would meet again one day, and that I would be able to fight alongside my classmates once again. It's just part of who I am.
Thanks. I really am glad to see you're all right. And the same goes for you too, Emma.
I feel the same way. I can hardly believe that this is actually happening. The day's finally come where we can all be together again.
Except Eustace, apparently.
It all feels like a wonderful dream.
I think the time skip should have been longer.
A wonderful dream, huh?
A month is not a very
Well,
long
fortunately,
time.
this isn't a dream. These might be tough times for Erebonia, but we're persevering. That perseverance is what brought us together again.
Xenoblade 2 sounds like a fucking
And the
shit
fact
show.
that we found
I
each other
don't know
makes
if I want to
everything
touch
we've
that
been
game
through
with a
along the way
1,000-foot
worth
pole.
it.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. But I know that I wouldn't have been able to come this far if not for all of you. It was only because I knew I could have faith in all of you that I could do any of what I did. So, thank you.
You've really grown strong, Emma.
Yeah. I like the first one, and I like Xenoblade Chronicles X. This is just stuff that I've absorbed about the game without actually having played it.
Oh, thank you, Celine. Thank you for all the support you've given my classmates.
Anyone's ever picked up Celine before? I didn't realize that she's huge.
And thank you for coming all the way here.
She's like a
with them
Maine
to see me.
Coon.
Please, it was nothing. But I'm glad you're okay, I guess. At least I won't end up astray.
Celine, there's nothing wrong with being honest about your feelings, you know.
Oh, she's so happy.
Boy, does it
Look how
feel
happy she
great to be
is.
together again.
Right.
Well, we've done what we set out to do, and there's no sign of any more cryptids, so how about we head back to town for now?
Count
I'm
me
sure
in.
nothing else important is going to happen in this spooky castle.
You guys are fine with that too, right?
That's fine by me. We can tell you more about what we've been doing since we parted ways.
That's
Then
fair.
we're off to the pier.
Basically, I would like an enshrined way to be like, I like this game. I like this game more than the full price I paid for it. I want to throw some money to the developers to thank them for their hard work. And I think a lot of MTX ain't it, Chief, right? I guess you get that with Kickstarter models, but they often are pressure to include these insane, like, backer perks that they can't really support or provide post-launch. Back to that castle in Trails of Cold Steel 4. Exactly. You set your RPs exclusively in spooky castles where nothing ever happens. All castles are inherently safe. Even if it's something just like a little icon on your save file, or if it's an online game, a little icon next to your name or something. Just a border around your portrait. Makes sense. Buying copies for friends, it makes sense.
Emma?
What's wrong?
I feel like I should have told you so many things a long time ago. About me and Celine.
Yes! I agree. Completely.
And about Divine Knights and Awakeners.
Yes, you should have. But I felt this pressure, like... The authors of the world didn't want me to give things away because it wouldn't be dramatic enough.
That means...
Does that mean you're ready to tell us now?
Yes, I am.
Well, if you're sure.
I imagine you've heard some of this from Celine already, but still. Enrolling at Thor's was originally part of my duty as one of the Hexen clan. It's a clan of witches that traces its origins far back into the past.
What kind of duty would have you enroll at a military academy?
It's one that's been passed down through our clan for a long, long time. We must watch over the fragments of the great power sealed deep underground and observe whatever comes to pass regarding them, just as it did for many others before her. That duty fell to Emma as well.
The Witch Clan, tasked with guarding the robots.
When you say the great power, you mean Bareahard, right? Did both of you know about the Divine Knights this whole time?
We knew of their existence, yes, as well as the fact that they choose an Awakener. And that their chosen Awakener will be drawn into an unavoidable battle. Just because you had the potential to become one, you were drawn into a great conflict against your will. And not just you, Reen. The rest of us have become secondary contractors. And yet I couldn't say or do anything for you. I couldn't even give you a simple word of warning. What right do I have to call myself your classmate after failing all of you like that?
Is this to make us go, oh no, Emma, we get it, it's okay.
Emma, you didn't fail us at all.
Yeah.
Emma, you're not going to say what I think you're going to say, are you?
I'm sure this isn't what you want to hear after coming all this way to find me. But this is where we should part ways.
What?
Emma. You said it yourself.
Are they gonna guilt us into being okay with her not
You said class
being
7 is
forthcoming
the
about this in
finest
Trails
Arabonia
1?
has to offer, right?
What right do I have to call myself your classmates? The fact that you enrolled in the same class as us?
I may not always show
it's
much
not that
in the way
exciting of a
class
word.
spirit, but I'm confident Class 7 is the finest Arabonia has to offer.
We all come from different backgrounds, and we all had things we were maybe scared to or couldn't tell anyone.
That sounds awesome, Leon. I'll check that out.
Crow has his past, you have yours. I have this strange power of mine that I've carried with me for as long as I can remember. That doesn't directly relate to the Divine Knights in any way, does it?
No, though there's always the possibility it may be one of the reasons why you were chosen. I know plenty about witches and their history, but none of that gives me a clue as to what your powers could be.
Yeah, Spiky, I have a similar test to you of the... If I spend $60 on it, is that enough to get a comparable experience to if I had just paid for the
All
game?
right, Ben.
And you're right, very few games pass that sniff test.
The point is that even after learning I have this monstrous power within me, you all accepted me without a second thought. I feel that I'm a part of Class 7 as much as anyone else, and I'm proud to say I am too. Class 7 is only the best there is because it has every one of us in it. Me, Elisa, Elliot, Laura, Thea, Machias, Eustace, Gaius, Milliam, Crow, and you, Emma. You're not an exception.
Even included Crow.
Without you, our class wouldn't be what it is. Just like it wouldn't
Way
be
to lump her in with Crow at the end.
Oh, Reen,
What he said.
And the burrito test.
So I don't want to hear you say anything like that ever again. We want you right where you are, guiding me, guiding all of us, and not just as a witch, but as the kind class president and caring friend you always have been.
Goodness! How can I possibly refuse when you put it like that?
This is supposed to be a serious scene, but it sounds like she's just manipulating them.
All right then. I can't deny the ancient knowledge that I possess, or my position as a witch. But I always want to remain the same Emma Milstein of Class 7 that I have been since the day I joined Thor's. So please, let me stay at your side.
Of course.
That goes without saying.
We wouldn't want it any other way.
Class 7 really isn't Class 7 without you in it.
Well, I think that wraps things up nicely.
We don't have to talk about this problem
And the
anymore.
timing couldn't have been more perfect. I can see Legram coming into view now. Is everyone ready to start?
Sea
that?
monster?
Is that an airship?
It's coming from the sky to the west.
Is
Her
that?
glasses just off now. So like how Machias gets optional, no glasses option. Equipment, rather. I love that. That's happened a couple times, Six Gun, where something's like an April Fool's announcement and then the developer actually includes it later.
An Alliance airship? Wait, that's a commanding officer ship too.
Indeed. Well, it seems we have ourselves some visitors.
Seems bad.
My apologies for the unexpected arrival. I should have sent word. I am Aurelia Le Guin of the
Belclutha.
Noble Alliance. I wish to make a brief visit to the territory of Viscount Marstead.
Is there a term for what I'll call the breeze through her skin problem, where like somebody looks at the writing of fiction as though it's not something where the author has full creative control over everything in the world, and is instead like something that the author found on golden plates or something, right? So the problem I'm talking about is saying, why is the Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5 basically naked? That's absurd. Why would they do that? And someone being like, she breathes through her skin, man, play the game. Like, the story explains it. And it's like, well, yes, but Kojima didn't discover that. He's the one that decided that was his reason for why she's naked. Like, this isn't a complicated chicken-egg equation.
It's a pleasure to see you again, your ladyship.
It's one of those where it's like, okay, I get that there's a reason why Emma didn't talk about it in the first game, but the writers decided to come up with that reason, you know?
And a pleasure to meet you as well, Brigadier General.
We were simply in the area, so we thought we might drop by and pay you a visit. It's been quite some time since we last met. I was hoping to take the opportunity to apologize to my master for not staying in touch, but I see that won't be possible.
Oh.
Unfortunately so.
I wouldn't have minded setting eyes on the famous Radiant Blade Master, but I suppose I'll have to be content with meeting his daughter.
I'm honored, General.
Yeah, you guys should probably hide in that
I
room.
can't believe they're here.
They seem to be provincial army officers.
The Word of God, Divine Inspiration
They're
Fallacy.
really
I like that.
intimidating. Their names are General Aurelia Le Guin and Brigadier General Wallace Bardius. They're said to be the two strongest generals in the provincial armies.
No good.
I don't think there are many people interested
But they're
in
not
martial
part of the
arts who
Bravely
don't know about
Defaults.
them. That's how famous they are.
Batman Villain Rogues Gallery. They're allied with McBurn, but they're not on the same tier as a
Brigadier General
McBurn.
Bardius is otherwise known as the Black Whirlwind. He's known for his unparalleled spearmanship. But I've heard he has Nord blood running through him too.
Oh, I see.
Like Gaius?
Actually, he does kind of remind me of Gaius.
He seems pretty strong.
A number of warriors from Nord were said to have fought with Emperor Dreichels during the War of the Lions. Perhaps he's a descendant of theirs?
Yeah, that makes sense. As for the woman with him, she's generally known as the Golden Rakshasa. She's also a countess and head of the Le Guin family, as well as commander of the La Mer Provincial Army.
I love their anime titles.
As hard as it is to believe, I've heard she's a practitioner of both the Arseid and Vander schools of swordsmanship.
Two schools?
Wasn't the Vander school practiced by the guardians of the Imperial family?
You ask the poor peasant kids on the streets.
Is she even human?
They're both key figures in the Alliance right at its front, which does lead me to wonder what they would want in a neutral region like this.
Still, it won't do to have you standing around here. Allow me to show you to my father's office. Klaus, would you prepare some tea?
Oh, there's no need to concern yourself with that.
You there, Cockney dockworker. What do you think of General Le Guin? All right, mate. You mean the Golden Rakshasa?
Seeing that the Viscount isn't here gave us all the information that we needed.
Don't rightly know her by any other name. What?
What might you be suggesting?
Be at ease. We didn't come to criticize anyone for the Crimson Wing's appearance near Trista. Still, it's always good to know who you're fighting against. The way I see it, you're continuing to remain neutral now. But if it came to it, you wouldn't be afraid to take up arms for your personal sense of justice.
There's no need to be hasty. We have more than enough opponents to be going on with. For now, let's focus on drawing out Craig the Red and One-Eyed Zex. We can't allow Rufus to be the only one making any major achievements.
True enough.
It would please me so if you were to fight under me one day, too. I believe you have the potential to surpass even me, given sufficient practice.
I am honored that you would say so. However, my swordsmanship is inexperienced at best. I wouldn't dare presume to have the potential to surpass anyone at this stage. I would ask that you wait until I can at least best my father in a duel before making that invitation.
Then wait I shall. I look forward to the day.
I kind of like the nickname title thing.
With
it's
that,
just...
I believe it's time we took our leave.
It's not really introduced as this is an unusual thing about this world's culture that deviates from the real world, right?
Perhaps so. I was hoping you would introduce us to your friends, but they seem to be feeling rather shy.
Teasing them, are you?
It's like, it's a thing with a capital T.
I'm sure we'll have the opportunity.
But you don't realize that until they've told you like 6 times.
Great potential.
They're like, oh, that's not just that one guy that has that Azure Fury title. That's everybody. Okay.
I apologize.
Is there like an official titling ceremony or something? Because I would be down with that. There's like the emperor or whatever. There's a ceremony you go to when you reach a certain level of acclaim where they bestow a title on you.
Klaus, please escort them.
As you wish, milady.
Junior officers, as far as you could go. Because I think the implication is that all of these nicknames just like
to think of it.
Come from the media. Perhaps or just the public comes up with it.
Battle before I depart. I haven't had the joy in quite some time.
I hardly think an old man such as myself would prove to be a worthy opponent to one of your strength, General.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. You haven't let your guard down for a second since I stepped into Legram.
It's totally a thing. Like, it's a Game of Thrones, right? Like, Daenerys' Blood of the Dragon. Cool, got it.
Laura!
She doing everything she could to keep on airs there. They're intimidating enough to know that we were hiding conspicuously behind the door.
It took all that I had not to be overwhelmed by their sheer presence.
Man, they got Laura jobbing these guys.
I'm not surprised. We could feel it well enough ourselves, and we weren't even in the room.
She's got to make them look strong.
It didn't stop them from noticing us, though.
My fur was on end the whole time.
I almost let out a little yelp when they mentioned us.
I wonder who'd win between them and Xeno and Leo.
Yeah, I think it's
This
cool.
just
I'm
goes
not.
to show how
I'm
many
laughing
skilled
at it.
people the
I'm laughing
Alliance
with
has
it,
among
not
their
laughing at
ranks.
it.
With warriors like them on the battlefield and tacticians like Rufus Alberea behind the scenes, we can't underestimate them.
All very true. Still, that's no reason to give up now. We need to keep pressing on. And on that note, I think it's about time we left ourselves. Let's go and bring back Eustace. And once we've done that, then we can decide what we're going to do and who we're going to be fighting against.
Indeed.
Then let's start heading to Bareahard.
I think they almost use the title system like Walter was saying, like, that's your... This is a pro wrestler. Like, they can probably fight one of those robots and be fine. They can one-on-one a tank. All the local papers compete to be the one to assign the nickname. I don't know, Golden Rakshasa is kind of a mouthful. Names to run away from really fast. Nice. Napoleon and the Duke of Wellington could one-on-one a battery of 12-pounder field guns. Exactly. Easily. I guess I should buy... Well, I have limited U materials, but I kind of want to buy the weapon upgrades for Laura and Emma, because I inevitably I'm gonna have to do some blue chests for them. None of the ladies wear pants in this game. Brave, strength bonus, Mirage, EP recovers automatically. That wasn't her Master Quartz in the first game, was it? I basically never used Emma, so... The Iron Duke, that's pretty cool. The Xenon Duke. Ebel Rebel. Oh, the kids from the first game. That's cute. There's only a few of them.
My turn.
Right. Understood. Let's move.
HMS Iron Duke. That's cool. I think it just comes across weirdly in this game because literally everyone who is a wrestler has one. Like, I think if it was like 2 or 3 people or something, but it's like you're waiting with bated breath to find out what their crazy title is, you know? I wonder what the historical counterpart is. Like, do you have a society where there's 30 people alive at the same time that have titles like this. It sounds like it's like, you know, one, maybe a handful of people. And I mean, it's one thing to have those titles if you're like in a division of the army or something, and it's like, okay, here's our team. This guy's Joker. This guy's Tiny. Like, okay, but all of these are titles that the general public understands, you know? Seems like you improved by leaps and bounds. Fine. Organize party and fights. It's like we're facing down entirely different people. Alright, now's the perfect time to summon the Ashen Knight.
Let's get this over with.
Right, not like something that was when they were alive.
Gather on my blade.
I read Romance of the Three Kingdoms in high school when I was in a Mandarin class. I don't know how many of those folks are like living legends, right?
Here's a performance especially for...
Here I go!
It's just so unfair to these poor kids who just come in here and unleash 4 S-crafts back to back. Didn't even give them 3 turns to buff. Oh, wait, they're doing it now, though. It's too bad I didn't have slightly more CP to one-shot them there.
Okay. Here I go. Now. Okay, Reen.
Right. Keep it up, every...
I'll handle it.
The Guan Yu, I think? Or Lu Bu, maybe.
Onward!
Guan Yu's the really big one.
Now's our chance!
I'll tag you up!
My turn.
Hey, thought so.
My turn. Here.
Okay.
Here I go. Second. Now.
You're done.
Deadly assist, nice.
Leave this to me. You still have a lot of training to do.
You have the strength to achieve whatever you put your mind to, regardless of the obstacles in your path, provided that you grind to do 100 CP for all your characters first. Our run-in with those two generals went so badly. I don't know. I was paying attention during that scene, even though we were talking about other stuff, and I guess if they didn't tell me after the fact that they were super intimidating and I could feel their presence crushing them, they just seemed kind of like cool and detached. Heal is, oh. Alright. I wonder if all the adult characters aren't going to be around for the whole game, or what their reasoning was behind only letting you bring one with you at a time. An inn I can stay at. I have to grind for CP here. High quality sugar I received from a merchant. Okay. So, like, collecting all the books gets you, in the first game, gets you something that carries over into the second game, right? Maybe gets you endgame accessory upgrades as well. Check in on Valimar. Okay. So they're chests you didn't have in the earlier game.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Let's move.
Right. Okay to use Reen's abilities. I guess I only need to conserve Laura and Emma's CP, because I assume there's a blue chest here somewhere.
It's my turn.
My turn. That's that.
Swap them in temporarily to make sure they're at 200 CP.
We're strong enough to take that monster on.
This is at least our second palette swapper shit.
Here I go.
Oh, and because it's a back attack, I have the wrong characters now. Oops.
Okay.
Got you.
It's my turn. Sorry, can you handle this?
Understood.
Well, Emma's at 200 already. Okay.
Here I go.
our chance! An opening!
Okay.
Let's move. Okay.
Take that holy breath quartz off of her. I don't think I've gotten that as a shop option yet.
We'll have to fight.
Those who fight further.
Might. Of course.
Might.
Let's move.
Okay. Here I go. Now!
Oh, I could probably fish here.
Enemy sighted. Take your position.
This one's dangerous.
My turn.
Single advantage.
My turn.
Leave this to me.
Here I go. Oh.
Onward.
Let's move.
Laura and Emma are up to 200.
Great.
I've got.
Sub them out here. Reen got a new ability. Wing is probably going to learn Holy Breath once it levels up a step. Grand Press.
Please, take care around that one.
Her glasses are still off in her portrait? No, I guess not.
That treasure chest is absolutely beautiful.
Not here for the chest itself, Emma.
Advantage is ours.
Let's move.
My.
It's my now.
All right.
Let's move.
Okay.
All right.
It's my turn.
Might.
Okay.
Onward. Ceasing hostility.
Triple advantage is
this a pleasant
absurd
surprise.
in
There's
terms
a
of number
treasure
of
chest here.
turns it lets you go before they get to go. I feel like you'd have to try to allow the enemy to attack at all once you trigger it.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him.
My turn.
True Arc Slash is the new one. Okay. Like Spiky was saying, like, it must be a bummer for the people who designed the battle system that, like, the most effective thing you can do in combat is something that doesn't even interact with the battle system at all. It's hitting things on the field. I guess their system still gets to shine in boss fights and stuff, but
My turn.
I assume the people that set all the math up for this aren't the same people that set up the, like, field attacking back attack system.
Might.
Okay. All right.
Please, take care around that one.
Alright. Crabite.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
My turn. Second.
My turn.
Here I go.
Understood. Okay.
I'll handle.
Here I go.
Understood.
Oh my god, I had to miss repeatedly. Now they might actually get a turn off.
Okay.
Okay. Target's eliminated.
Hey, oh, Rikuria first before Holy Breath. Alright.
I feel stronger than ever.
I feel like Wing is... Unless if you're playing in such a way that you're unlocking multiple of the ribbon items, the Grail or whatever, it's borderline mandatory master course to have on at least one of your party members. Especially for the late game fights where the enemy will like hit you with some nutty status effect on the whole party, like Faint or Nightmare or whatever.
Stay alert, everyone.
Here I go.
Okay.
It's my turn.
No, this thing's not messing around, right on.
All right. Now is the time to attack.
It's my turn.
My turn. Here goes. Overdrive. Now's our chance. Let's go.
First, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll handle it. Now.
Got you. My turn. Now's our chance. Let's move. All right, let's...
Okay.
Hey, duck
Right.
down.
Keep it up, everyone.
Understood.
Ow. Cures ailments.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Faint is the worst.
My turn.
That seems bad. That's an impedable thing, right? Oh, it was.
Okay. Hey.
My turn.
Onward.
Here I go.
Probably can't quite kill it this turn.
Yeah.
Got a lot of self-healing.
Thanks. Okay.
You missed.
It's my turn.
Too slow.
I missed again, you goof.
My turn.
Okay. Hey.
Understood.
No impeding happening this turn.
All right. There.
It's about to hurt. Nice.
I should have been paying attention.
Everyone.
Not so nice. He's gonna get a crit turn and destroy poor Reen here. So I'd love for you to miss there.
Here.
Okay.
And that's about to be game over.
Sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, everyone.
Short of just winning the fight at the beginning.
Okay.
Got too many heals off, basically.
Here goes. Overdrive.
Get him before he gets his defense bonus here, if we can.
Here I go.
Alright, I can't do burst in this mode.
Got you.
Land as many of these as I can. Oh, did it not go? Weird.
Okay.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Valkyria is even longer. Cures faint. Whoa, the S break that I triggered earlier is now activating? I've had that happen a couple times in this game. It's weird.
My turn.
Trying to fish for a status effect there, no dice.
Thanks.
Thanks. It's my turn. Keep it up.
My turn.
Onward. There.
Hopefully Reen has enough to do...
My turn.
Okay, good.
Now, let's go.
I feel like on Nightmare mode, enemies that are able to heal... So what's the deal? Does this guy just take damage every time he gets... Or does he heal every time he gets hit or something?
An opening.
He doesn't have like a regen effect. Faint's only 10.
All right.
I had this guy close to dead last time.
Thanks.
Probably gonna lose again though.
It's my turn.
he keeps healing an insane amount. I remember if I saved before opening up this chest. Crushes all with his arms. Doesn't really give me the full picture here.
I'll handle it. Here I go.
Here I go.
Might be that I have to like chain buffs to make this doable.
Understood.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's move. All right, let's...
Right.
Onward. Now is the time to attack.
I'll handle it. Here I go.
It's my turn. Keep it up, everyone.
Here I go.
Now!
You're done.
Yeah, something causes him to heal after a lot of these attacks. I don't think it's just he heals whenever you hit him, but it feels like it's something like that.
I should have been paying attention.
And they both just got fainted on that turn.
I'm
They really
sorry,
need
everyone.
faint resist in this fight. Alright, third time's a charm, I guess. Yikes.
Okay.
This is a fight.
Let's move. All right.
I'll handle it.
Understood. Now is the time.
Okay. Keep it.
My turn.
Okay.
There we go, good.
Get this over with. Too slow.
Nice miss. Nice miss again.
Let's move. Here goes.
Going better so far, we'll see.
Now's our chance.
I'll handle it. Got it.
My turn.
Understood. Now is...
Okay. Hey.
Okay.
Let's move. Sit.
That sucks. Wow.
Sorry, everyone. Right.
Time he gets one of those off, it's really bad. Well, if she get hit, she's gonna die anyway, whether she's affected by that or not. May as well try to pick Reen back up.
Try that.
Thanks.
Hit Fee, please. Heard that. It's not great. It's a big heal.
Too slow.
I need a thing that dispels buffs. I feel like that would be really good in this game.
Right. Keep it up, every.
Let's move.
Too slow.
Thank you, monkey.
I'll handle it. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ow. Jesus Christ.
I should have been paying attention.
Everyone.
If we're grouped up for that, it's basically game over. Because even if it doesn't one-shot everyone, it faints everyone, and I don't have faint immunity. Man, this fight is super rough.
This one's dangerous. Stay on your
Keep
toes.
trying here.
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Nope, so much for her S-break going in before he got to buff. That's such a weird problem that keeps happening, too.
It's my turn.
It's a weird bug. It screws up the turn order, but I think she still goes when her turn comes up with the S-break.
Analyzing enemy attack patterns.
Let's move.
So this balance down helps it all.
Now's our chance. Let's go.
But there it is. Huh. I wonder if it's like a fast forward bug or a skip bug or something. I think I just lose a turn whenever it happens. It never happened in the first game, to my recollection.
Understood. Now
it's my turn.
Okay.
There's a crit turn coming up.
Here I go.
I don't have anything fancy for it, though.
Here goes. Overdrive.
Oh, now it's going to give him the crit? Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that.
Now's our chance.
You're done. Okay.
It's hard to project that through Overdrive Attack.
Here I go. Now.
You're done.
Overdrive doesn't show you what it's going to do to the turns like that, right?
It's my turn. Try this.
understood.
I won't give up. This
Probably just need to reload and equip people with feint protection accessories. That's really what's getting my ass kicked here more than anything. Keep one person separate from the rest of the party or something.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Hit feet, please. Or do that. Heal 2S crafts worth of damage.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Keep it up.
I'll handle it.
Yeah, wow. His self-heal is 3 S-crafts worth of damage. I think I just have to rush him down really fast and not waste any turns.
My turn.
It's my turn.
My turn.
Or get a bunch of lucky on-turn effects or something.
Okay.
I mean, here he just gets to go twice for some reason. I don't have any impede abilities here. It's bad because like I really need to be able to impede that.
Sorry, everyone.
Well,
This doesn't
Elliot
look too
managed to not get fainted there, so that was randomly lucky.
Try.
Thanks.
Okay.
Onward. There. Now.
I'll back you up.
Too slow.
Oh, that HP heal turn is not as good of a heal for him as his normal heal.
Analyzing.
Let's move.
I was really hoping that was going to be an unbalance.
Got you.
Keep hitting Fee. Stop hitting Reen, please.
All right.
Thanks.
Jesus Christ.
My turn.
These are the parts that are kind of making me regret picking Nightmare, because it doesn't seem like the game has this difficulty spread out over every fight. It's just any fight that involves healing, the numbers are like doubled. So you pretty much just have to get a lucky run to win. Other than fights like this, I totally think it was the right call, because it makes the game a lot more interesting.
Thanks.
Okay. Here I go.
Let's move.
Keep missing her, please. That would be great.
This activate.
Thanks.
Because I keep her separate from the rest of the group, and I guess maybe she'll continue to survive whenever that happens.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn. Arcus activate.
Let's move. This activate.
Hut.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think that attack is supposed to, like, have a charge time. But frequently he charges it and then uses it instantly.
Thanks. I won't give up.
Shoot.
Hopefully his res gets off first here. Nope. Just do this then.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My turn. Sit.
Right.
Onward.
Try this.
Thanks. My turn.
Yeah, critical S-Crap does less damage than he heals every like third or fourth turn. So I might need to find some other solution to win this, because I don't think it's happening right now, unfortunately. And so if I could like put poison or burn on him or something. God.
Should have been paying attention.
Okay.
I think his speed boost is part of what's getting me in trouble here too. 8,000 hours of grinding, right? I'll see if I can land the sleep here. Nope.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Okay, well,
Here.
I don't know where my most recent save is. I guess there's auto saves, or they're supposed to be, right? Well, I'm gonna go back to saving aggressively, I guess. Oh good, it was right before this fight. Alright, well, let me see if there's something I can do. So I can get everyone to 200 CP before I fight it. Equip somebody with faint protection.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Looks like we can get our
My turn. Now's our chance.
My.
All right. Right.
My.
Let's
if I can get everyone's evasion set up, that might matter, because Feed barely ever gets hit by him.
Okay?
Well, that would be nice.
sit.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Let's move.
I'll hit.
Okay.
Onward.
My turn. Now.
Okay.
It's my.
Onward.
My turn.
My turn.
Right.
Onward.
Here's our.
Here I go.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood. Ceasing hostility.
Ha! Ha! Now's our chance. Let's move.
I'll hit.
It's my.
Understood.
Here I go.
I'll hit. Got it.
It's my. All right.
My.
Okay.
Right.
Onward.
Here I go. All right.
Lose some CP in the process, but I gotta get Elliot up somehow.
Ha! 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 Now's our chance. Let's move.
Okay.
It's my. All right. Now.
I didn't want me to come stop by him.
Ha! 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 Now's our chance. Let's move.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
My.
My.
It's my. All right. Here's our.
One more. There we go.
You really know how to handle yourself.
Thanks.
Everyone's up to 200. See if that makes any difference here. I don't think I can get a single advantage back attack on the quest enemies. Try though. Yeah, it's fine.
This one's dangerous. Stay on your toes.
Let's move.
Understood.
12k with that.
Now. Okay.
22k with Sylphid Dance.
My turn.
Here I go. Here goes. Overdrive. Now's our chance, if you wouldn't.
Oh, there was a burst option there. Weird. So it depends on which characters are showing up there.
Let's move. Ha! Now!
An opening.
My turn. Got it.
I'll get you up.
Okay, I did a good chunk of damage here before he even got to go, so that's good. Big heal. Probably got to do something about his speed up. I think that's probably causing me a lot of trouble here.
I'll handle it.
Right. Analyzing enemy attack.
You missed, you goof.
Onward. Now is the time to attack.
I'll handle it.
Here I go. Now!
An opening.
Okay. Right.
I'm gonna burn status. It'll help counteract some of his healing here.
I'll handle it.
3k per turn.
Right.
Can't interrupt that turn on him, unfortunately.
Analyzing enemy
Please don't
attack.
hit Reen. And he's gonna one-shot the whole party. Almost.
Sorry, everyone.
Okay.
Itch to recover from, but I'll try.
Thanks.
Just can't out DPS that 16k heal. It's insane. If you use it like a couple times in the fight, that would be one thing.
Okay. Try this.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
My turn.
Okay, Try to go for the kill here if I could, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And the one time I really need her to dodge, she doesn't.
All right.
Right. Keep it up.
Here I go.
You need to go behind him, so you don't get insta-killed by knockout here.
Thanks.
I think his speed buff is a big part of the problem. Yep, that's what I was setting out to avoid.
Let's move. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, the boss has some kind of region up right now. I don't know what the deal is with it.
Thanks.
Let's move.
Nice.
Now.
Oh, right, because their links drop, so I can't do a burst.
Okay.
Shoot, I was really hoping I was going to get one that turn. You got something that can let me do 16k damage per round, Darkstar?
Understood. Now.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
He takes moderately more earth and fire damage.
My turn.
Shit, I didn't link in time. There we go. Almost. Don't use chest beating on that turn, please. Oh well.
Should have been paying attention.
Sucks that he hit her. No, he died to the burn. He didn't really have any status weaknesses either.
I did it.
I did it.
Resonant Beat can now be used. Greatly boosts allies' defense in natural region. Cool.
Not bad.
Upgrade to the best ability. Is there a status immunity that or weakness that I missed? Darkstar, it all looked like they were 10s and 20s. He melts against fire attacks. Is that a hidden stat, separate from his elemental weakness list? I mean, just for learning purposes, I'll load and try to hit him with a couple and then reload after beating him. So I've basically never had a fight that I needed to use arts outside of one mandatory fight. Is Heat Wave even a good fire attack? Flame Tongue, maybe? I'll put it on my best arts caster and cast it on and see what happens.
Here I go.
Firebolts.
My turn.
Yeah.
Right.
That seems fine. I mean, I guess Reen's fine at arts,
Here's our chance.
but it doesn't unbalance.
I'll back you up.
Where I hit for 1.5k plus 1k and build up bravery points. Okay, 5k is not bad.
I'll handle it.
I guess if I was doing that with Elliot every turn, it may have been enough to catch up a bit, but then I'm not using Elliot for other things. I still don't find the opportunity cost of trying arts worth it. And you said melts, I was thinking you're going to hit for like 12k or something. Come on, game. I had to Alt F4 here. Hold on. I might have to task manage kill it. Maybe he melts to it on normal difficulty or with a bunch of accessories and other quartzes that boost your art's elemental damage or something. These are both just done. Top back off here if we can.
All right.
Really glad I picked up that Sepith increasing Master Quartz so early.
Okay.
Really helped with my money problems in the first game.
My turn.
I'll handle. Understood. Ceasing hostility.
We didn't go past this point last time, did we?
No, but this way leads to Bareahard.
We'll need to stay alert the closer we get there.
Sounds good. A weird tentacle rat monster?
Seize the moment!
My turn!
Okay.
Onward!
It's my turn.
Here I go!
All right.
Now. It's my.
Let's move. That's that.
Oh, let me unequip that. Oh no, that was on the alternate save. Never mind.
Seize the moment!
Here I go. Now.
Okay.
Right.
Understood. Now!
Here I go. Now.
Right.
Understood.
Success.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn. Now's our chance.
Might. Got it.
Onward.
Right. Let's move.
I'll handle it. Now.
Seize the moment.
Here I go.
Makes you wonder if there were a bunch of
Gather on my blade.
enemies that had self-healing effects in the first game, and I just didn't notice them because it wasn't significant on normal.
Let's keep moving.
That's what I want to see. Oh, a chest. I wonder what's inside. Stay on guard, everyone. That's no ordinary foe.
Watch out. This is a tough.
My turn.
Oh, great.
That's fine. Virgin Bareahard South Entrance will cause the main story to advance. Okay.
Now's our chance. Let's move.
My.
Onward. Okay.
My turn.
All right. Here's our chance.
Right.
Now's our.
Let's move.
My.
Here's our. Okay.
Let's move. That's that.
I've got it.
Got to go like 20 times there. The computer never got to go. Triple advantage. Murdering a baby bird?
Here I go.
Okay.
All right. Now. It's
My turn.
Alright, Reen's Master Quartz is starting to
now.
really start to outshine the other ones.
My turn.
My turn. Hostiles neutralized.
Seize the moment.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
So their art's defense isn't displayed. It never is displayed even with max detection. It just shows you their elemental weakness. I mean, I'll try, I guess.
All right. Now.
Got you.
Okay.
It's pretty good on those guys.
Try this.
Wait, why did Elliot do less damage
everybody
when he's
okay?
supposed to have better magic than the whole party?
I spy with my little eye the goods.
Different attack?
This one is perfect for fishing.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Here I go.
My turn.
This was like one of the few times. I want more enemies like this, like
It's my turn.
where when you hit them with your character that does a lot of damage, you do no damage. You're like, oh, okay.
Now.
I'm supposed to use arts on this enemy.
It's my. Is everybody okay?
I've only just begun.
Final Fantasy X does a pretty good job of supporting that model for about half the game, and then you get enough Seergard upgrades that you can ignore it.
Now's our chance. We can do.
Might!
Might.
It's my.
Onward.
My turn!
Might. Got
Okay.
Understood.
Let's move! Now's our chance!
Excellently handled.
This is the second mob in the game to have an extremely high, like noticeably high physical defense after the tutorial one.
Seize the moment.
Here I go! Marcus?
I'll handle it. Here I go.
Onward.
Okay.
Okay.
Done.
I'm.
Now's our chance.
My turn! Now's our
I'll handle it. Now. Cool. We won.
You can see Bareahard fairly well from here.
I wonder if she's considering this as a surveillance point.
Oh, Reen.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
Enemies ahead. We'll have to fight.
Understood.
Perfect music for a group of baby birds.
Suppressing targets.
Nice.
Good work, everyone.
Great!
That's what I want.
Tauros. Attacks and crafts do more damage, but delay afterwards is longer. I didn't realize the damage increase is that significant. So this is a win on the first turn, Master Quartz. Alpha Strike. Yeah, I feel like they already give you so much information on the inspect screen. They may as well also include their defense and art defense values, because like, if an enemy has 0 art defense, then it doesn't matter what spell you cast on them. Your spells are going to do more damage than your normal attacks. And if it has an insanely high arts defense, it doesn't matter that it takes double damage from fire. It's still not going to take any damage at all. So informing you of their elemental weaknesses isn't terribly helpful without some other kind of indicator, right?
Here I go!
Here it's just, oh, Reen usually hits for 2.5k, he's only hitting for 1k. These guys must be resistant to physical. Let me try something else, you know?
All right. Now.
Is everybody okay?
Hey, what's up?
Are you travelers?
We're Class 7.
You
We
could
stand
say
out.
that, yes.
We came here from the Gram. Would it be possible for us to enter the city?
What, on foot?
Not every day we see guys like you. Why didn't you just use the train?
We would have liked to, but the wait for the
reasons?
next one was simply too long. Thanks to the new regulations, there are barely any trains running anymore. It was actually faster on foot.
Well, if you say so. You can enter, but we're going to need to check if any of you are on our wanted list first.
We still have reason to believe that there are people out there plotting against the Noble Alliance. We can't be too careful.
Well, lucky for you, none of us stand out at all.
Let's see. Where's that list?
This isn't good.
Every single one of them.
I know.
Excuse me. Could I ask you to look into my eyes for a moment, please?
Huh? That's an odd request.
Did you really deprive a old man of his walking stick? This would have been useful in the first game a couple times. Professor, you didn't tell us the ship had a panic room. That would have been useful to know like 50 times.
Huh?
So we're
We're
gonna
just common travelers, and we
force
aren't
mind
on that
trick
list of
them?
yours.
Jedi mind
Which
trick
means
them?
we can pass, right?
Why are you still standing there? Go along inside.
Just don't go causing any trouble, unless you want to find yourselves arrested.
So what are the limitations of that? I guess she probably can't use it on anybody who has a tactical nickname.
Thank you very much. Shall we be going?
Or on Toydarians or Hutts. Yeah, thanks, Emma. I don't deserve to be called your classmate for not revealing these abilities sooner. I agree. I'm always interested in settings that have like techno magic, but then also have regular magic. Duke Alberea.
The Noble Alliance's advantage in this war remains overwhelming as always. Rufus has achieved much in his position as Chief of Staff as well. But the fact remains, that fool Cayenne is still the one with the most influence and power. Something must be done about this. But what? How?
So that was your line of thinking when you sent those Jaegers to Ymir, was it? You moved to take Princess Alphen into your custody and use her to replace Duke Cayenne as Supreme Commander of the Alliance.
What?
Do you have something you want to say to me, Eustace? You seem very unhappy about the fact I sent him to the hometown of one of your classmates.
Dude, our classmates are from every conceivable
Not at all,
hometown.
Father. However, I do believe my brother also expressed disapproval of those actions.
Oh, okay. Rufus is going to get away with
ask
it.
that you think twice before interfering with any neutral powers in the future.
He's the noble bad guy.
And I would suggest you think twice before involving yourself
General
in
Leo.
matters that are of no concern to you. Focus on the work you have been given and leave me to do mine.
I apologize for speaking out of turn.
I must think of something that will allow me to seize his position. I can't allow that pompous halfwit to call himself the Alliance's Supreme Commander for a moment longer. I may need to reconsider how Rufus should be acting in his position as well.
Blonde-haired boy. Davos's factory. Oh, move 2's on the list. Attack 2's on the list. No hit 2 yet. Holy Breath's there though. Draws in, compresses enemies. Is there Curia on here too? And Evade 1 seems like it's pretty decent. Definitely don't need that. Get Holy Breath from Wing eventually, but okay. Everyone has res, party heal. I need more space desperately. It's at Valenti Tailoring. Sounds like a Dragon Quest town song. I think I want to wait until the next town for an upgrade because I just upgraded my armor. Yo. Prevents death blows, delay, and vanish for 75k. Sleep, nightmare, confuse. Freeze, petrify, faint. Which is all way too expensive. Did they fix the, I guess it wasn't a bug, but infinite money through cooking in this? Colette. Aren't all students from Thor's on the wanted list? Rumors spreading about Usus. Doing what he can for the region's not out of character for him. I think the only reason I survived that fight was because of Wing preventing status effects. I asked because it seems like that's the only way to really afford all of the status immunity accessories. Or grinding for money for a really long time. So that fight would have been a lot easier with feint immunity for everyone. They changed the Bareahard music here. Sleep, burn, petrify, faint. Tempted to buy 4 of those. I guess I can afford it. True Gladiator headband. I didn't see when I got that. I feel like the CP plus 2 is not that great. Switch to it if I need it, I guess. Let's freeze. Citrus bottle was the thing I was thinking of. Chunk of those just in case it comes up again. This is a fashionable pointed hat. I thought it said fashionable but pointless hat. Fade 5% up. Seems not terrible if you stack it with other sources of evade. Hello, what's up? Teresa, you're here. No information on Usus. Isn't everyone from Thor's on the wanted list? They don't care as long as you don't do anything bad. It's fine. In the Noble District. Class 7 is likely to be much higher on the wanted list, but not so much that anyone would be asked to remember what we look like. They make use as a bad guy. I have a message for you from someone. Head to the restaurant in the Central Plaza post haste. Apparently we're doing a bad job of concealing our presence here. Group of teens with unique hair colors. Your Lord uses his classmates. Make your way to the airport post haste. Entering the airport will cause the main story to advance. Let's go. Must be an airliner? Make your way to the lounge on the 3rd floor post haste. He likes that word. So what's the Courageous up to? What's that whole, like, neutral deterrent thing working out for Matt Mercer at all?
You certainly took...
Oh my god, shock and awe.
Eustace! I suspected it was you.
Just in case you weren't sure, the little kid gave it away too. Like,
How long did you intend to make me wait? I have wondered whether you would even bother to show up.
I said post haste like 3 times.
that's partly your fault for making us go through all that trouble to get to you.
There are eyes everywhere in this city. It would have drawn too much attention for you to come here directly. That was just my way of looking out for you. Perhaps you could try thanking me.
At least you're well. It really is great to see you again, Eustace.
The same to you. I'm impressed you were able to overcome the many ordeals you've no doubt faced to make it this far. But should I be surprised, I wonder? I've always had high expectations of you.
I doubt I would have been able to come this far if not for everyone's help, though. Still, thanks, Eustace.
Ben is so clean.
This means that all of Class 7 is finally together again. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much.
You've been a tremendous part of making this happen.
I haven't the foggiest idea what a member of the RMP is doing here, but I suppose it doesn't matter right now.
Some commentary on it.
Eustace?
I've been kept abreast of your
Different
activities
dialogue
through
for each of the
Noble
adults, I
Alliance's
guess.
information network. So I'm well aware you've been fighting their forces across the land using that ash-colored knight of yours. As well as the fact that you've chosen not to ally yourselves with the Imperial Army, but instead fight as a third faction.
Now, we don't really know what we're doing or what our goal is.
Has word of Valimar been getting around that much?
That said, I didn't arrange for us to meet like this just to see one another again. I did so that I could make the difference between our respective positions crystal clear.
What do you mean?
We're actually a fourth faction, if we count the Courageous and Matt Mercer.
You have no intention of coming with us, do you?
What?
This is a
Nice.
joke, right?
You surely
That's why his
saw this
costume
coming.
is less cool than everyone else's.
I'm the son of one of the most influential figures in the Noble Alliance. And as I imagine you're already aware, I've been assisting him and his provincial army in fighting this war.
Well, we know, but...
Is this what you believe to be your duty as a noble?
Meanwhile, my brother is acting as the Alliance Force's Chief of Staff.
Is this the true meaning of nobility?
And as for my father,
should have brought Maki as here as
he
feel
was
pissed.
responsible for hiring Jaegers to attack Ymir, which is not only your home, but the home of all the kind-hearted people who welcomed me with open arms earlier in the year.
Yeah, there's that time where they...
I can only apologize. If I'd returned home earlier, then perhaps...
I was gonna just laugh about the fact that the only casualty was a broken lamppost, but they used the image of blood-soaked Reen's dad to manipulate you, even though he was fine and it didn't matter. It had no actual consequences.
No. I don't even have the right to do that much. Yet with that in mind, it should be clear that we can't go back to the way things were. The gulf between us is simply too vast to be filled. Our paths have parted. That is reality.
Sweet, we got too many characters anyway.
This can't be the only way.
It is.
It doesn't have to be like this, Eustace.
I will guarantee you safe passage out of the city. If you deem it necessary, I can even have you escorted out by car. However, once you're out, we can no...
Eustace. I can understand why you feel somewhat responsible for what happened in Ymir.
Fuck, is he gonna protagonist him into the party?
I can understand why you, as an Alberea, feel as though certain things are inherently expected of you. Actually, I should probably tell you that Dad woke up the other day. All that's left is for him to get his stamina back now. He'll make a full recovery.
Good.
That's good news.
Great news.
I would have liked to pay him a visit myself. But with circumstances as they are...
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty.
It shouldn't. It would make him feel guilty. You're telling him that nothing bad happened.
I'm telling you because I don't want that to be your reason for what you're doing.
Pardon?
What?
What I want to know is what you want to do, and the path you want to take. If you want to help your family because you agree with the ideals of the Noble Alliance, I won't stop you. But if that's not what you want to do, if you're only helping because you feel like you have to for whatever reason, if you're doing it because you feel responsible for what happened to my dad, which, by the way, you aren't.
Let me see if I can connect the dots on the moon logic. Eustace feels that the Noble Alliance is so evil and so out of control. The only way to stop them from preventing war crimes is to be a commander of the Noble Alliance.
Or if you're doing it because, as much as you want to come with us, you feel like you don't have the right to, then you're nothing more than a coward who's running away. And I don't believe that's how a real Erebonian noble should act.
Man, I was kind of pumped for one of... I guess they cut Crow out, but...
They should do what they believe is right, and do it with pride. If Dad was here now, he'd say the same thing.
Exclamation point.
Green? That's kind of harsh.
We're only students, still learning more about the world around us.
We're not students anymore, although we still get grades, apparently.
To go around proposing solutions to the conflicts in this country.
Hey, Ben.
Not to the war going on around us, nor to the class divides that started it. But that's alone, and that's why I think we all need to come together as a class again. We're all inexperienced, but we all come from different backgrounds and social standings, and we each have unique experiences to share. It's only by pulling those together that we can overcome whatever life throws at us.
Ben, you look so annoyed.
It's worked for us during every one of our field studies. Why wouldn't it work now?
He's right, Eustace.
Indeed. Reen had to remind me of that too, you know.
It's always nerve-wracking for those of us who have to watch you pull crazy stunts all the time, I hope you know.
Right, talking cat. Nobody ever is like, whoa, what the fuck?
As no matter the circumstances, you've always been the one to blow away my hesitations.
Then you'll come with us?
Still, no matter what you say, I am an Alberea, and as such I have duties and responsibilities to fulfill. If you are determined not to back down, then we will have to settle this with a duel.
A duel?
Just as you and Crow did 1 month ago.
It's only been a month.
A duel?
Follow me, Reen. Our destination is Aurochs Canyon. There we shall settle this matter once and for all.
Field trips worked out. Clearly the same energy should work for a guerrilla war. And Ben. You cat loafing?
Well, well. I wasn't counting on this.
What's with the characters standing up in the sky and looking down?
I only intended to gather information on the Crimson Wings, and yet here I am, bearing witness to such a compelling scene.
The universal indicator of espionage.
I've no duty to report anything I see to Duke Alberea, but I suppose there isn't any harm in watching how things unfold.
Okay. It's McBurn, everybody.
I don't care. I'll just go kill time in town or something.
Oh no, not this time. You're coming with me and that's that. I'm here to support you, not babysit you.
Heats Flamesman.
You're the one with a number, not me. Try acting like it.
Fine, fine. What a pain. Miss Orbital Calculator looks like she can put up a decent fight at least.
That's probably a better name than Icy Maiden. What do you hear with your cat ears, Ben? So that was funny. So this is why they call you the Icy Maiden. That's not going to fit all of this.
I thought she entrusted it to you after she withdrew, Reen.
What in the world is it doing here?
I made use of my family's influence to have it brought here from the academy. Since then, it's been left in the hands of a skilled mechanic, so it's been well maintained. You will be riding that for our duel.
Okay.
You mean our duel will be a race between me on this bike and you on that horse?
Partially. The finish line will be the plateau where we fought that monster during our field study. Once there, we shall begin a sword fight to determine the victor.
I was gonna say, because the word you're looking for is race.
Whoever arrives first will therefore have the advantage of more time to prepare.
Oh. We did stuff like that back in the Corps, too. We called them chase battles. You had to make good use of the terrain to win.
That does sound quite similar to what I had in mind.
Okay. I understand what we're going to do.
Then here's
so if
the
I win,
legends of food.
coming with us, right? You're not backing out?
Correct. In the unlikely event that you defeat me, I will concede and go with you. But know this, I've absolutely no intention of holding back. That bike of yours may have the advantage in terms of speed, but I know this area like the back of my hand.
This is bizarre.
Do not expect this to be an easy battle.
Oh, I won't. I'll be coming at you with all I've got.
I would expect no less.
They're way too fired up about this.
We'll have to simply stand aside and see what unfolds.
Right. We'll go and take up places along the course to watch.
In that case, I will signal off when to begin. Naturally, I'll be fully impartial when doing so.
That works for me. How about you, Eustace?
Very well. Let's begin.
Here we go.
Go get him.
I won't let you down.
Pretty sure that's different from before.
I'm ready, Eustace.
As am I. Now demonstrate to me the strength of your resolve.
And how much objectively faster a motorcycle is than a horse.
All right, take your positions. 3.
I guess it's an orbital motorcycle.
2, 1. Go!
Good luck, you two!
They're doing their best.
Go, go!
Take a left here.
Use this path here.
Everyone's really into this.
God. Apparently can't just watch the map. AP increased by 2. I get 2 seconds to prepare.
Yes, I won.
Your performance was admirable, I'll admit.
The advantage is mine, Eustace. Let's settle this once and for all.
No matter. A handicap like this will hardly pose a problem for me. Come at me, Reen.
Let's do this! Let's move.
What?
Here I go.
What?
What?
Here I go.
What?
Here I go. My turn.
Froze me, yikes.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yay! Oh, I was gonna say, Eustace gets to go do his own thing.
My turn. Let's move.
What?
Let's move. My turn.
This isn't.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Oh wow, it started to play the party member in danger music. Huh. So it didn't, like, code him as an enemy?
Looks like I win this one.
I should have expected no less. It's hard to believe how much your swordsmanship has improved in such a short period of...
Don't sell yourself short, Eustace. If I'd held back even a little, I'd be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Your skills really shone through, both in the race and our duel.
I can't pretend to have held back either. The victory is well and truly yours, Reen.
Only because you can time travel.
Eustace!
Are you both all right?
Did getting there early have me start with 200 CP or something? Or does it just give me AP?
Oh, hey guys.
Reen! Eustace!
Looks like we've got a winner.
The verdict should be plainly obvious.
Yeah, I managed to scrape through. It was pretty close, though.
Was it?
Does that mean you'll come back with us?
I fought with all my might. I performed to the very best of my abilities, holding nothing back. And even then, I couldn't compare to your strength and resolve. With that, I have no more reservations. The path I should take is the same as yours.
About time. We're happy to have you with us, of course. We'll find the answers we seek together. And together, we'll bring Crow back too.
You can count on me. Starting today, I am a member of Class 7 once again. I'll show my father and brother just how I believe one bearing the name Alberea should live.
I feel embarrassed just watching you two.
There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. This is just part of how we are as a class.
There are some things you learn only by directly confronting those you care about. I know this much from experience. You and I both know a thing or two about that, don't we, Fee?
Sure do.
Well, with one clear exception. You finally reunited all of Class 7, which means that it may be about time to start thinking about what to do next.
Yay, we've got the band back together.
Your paltry victory just yet.
Who was that?
Up there.
Why did they have her in the different
Who are
costume?
they? One of them is wearing armor.
Especially since McBurn was just there anyway.
No.
Yeah, she looks like the Dragoon lady from Bravely Default.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. I'm afraid I've come to thoroughly put a damper on your reunion. I hope you don't mind.
She knows us?
Just who are you?
It wouldn't hurt to introduce myself, I suppose. I am a lady after all. My name is Duvalie. I'm the head knight of the Stalritter, an esteemed group led by Ouroboros' 7th Anguis in all her glory. And it is by her order that I have come here today.
You're with Ouroboros?
The 7th Anguis? You can't mean the Steel Maiden.
Ugh, looks like our luck just ran out.
Might I ask if the Stahlritter is somehow related to the Eisenritter? The name is eerily similar. Even their only difference in name is related, with iron and steel being two metals.
Oh, you're the Arseid, aren't you? Are you curious? I'll bet you are.
I know, right?
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Pardon?
Does it bug you? Does it? Your curiosity is going to build and eat away at you until you can't even sleep at night. Sucks to be you.
At least she's doing it out of malice?
Is she really with Ouroboros?
I'm not quite that curious. I wouldn't want to pressure you into discussing something you aren't comfortable sharing.
Hold on a minute. There's no point in pretending you don't care. I know full well you do.
She doesn't act like it, but there's no doubting she's extremely powerful.
So it seems. And the man accompanying her is even more terrifying.
McBurn.
Leaving
aside for the moment. I've already introduced myself. It's only proper for you to do... Ugh! Why are you still up there? Get down here right this instant!
Hot spider guy.
What do you need me for? You can handle him just fine yourself.
Oh, for goodness sake! You're supposed to be number 1. Would it kill you to even put the tiniest bit of effort into your job?
Number 1?
And he's an enforcer just like Sharon and Phantom Thief B.
Okay, you win. Arguing with you's gonna end up taking more effort than actually fighting. And you, officer, might be worth my time. That race before was kind of fun to watch, so let's see what you got. The name's McBurn. Some call me the Almighty Conflagration.
What's a cooler name than McBurn?
And talk is cheap. I hate conversations that just drag on and on. So let's skip to the good part, okay?
The power radiating from him is incredible.
What are those flames?
Shall we begin? My swift swordsmanship was taught to me by my illustrious lord, the Steel Maiden. And you haven't a chance in hell of withstanding it.
I've gone to the trouble of coming down here. Do me a favor and try lasting a minute before you call it quits.
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
Give them everything you've got. Of course.
I know, right?
Don't die too easy on me.
Pick the wrong setting, buddy.
Draw your weapons.
Use this in Laura. What are we doing here?
Understood. Now is the time to attack.
Understood. My turn. Here goes. Overdrive.
Yeah. I should be able to swap somebody out. I'll do it in a second.
Let's go, everyone.
All right.
Now is the time to...
Here I go. Now's our chance.
An opening.
I'll handle this.
McBurn's definitely buffer than she is.
How are you still standing?
Leave this to me.
Aw, she's so close to being down.
How about some of this?
This could be bad. Bye, Reen.
Sorry.
Nice.
Onward. Now is the time to attack.
Very well. I leave this to you.
Will do.
Here I go. This is impossible.
Leave this to me. I leave this to you.
I'll try at least.
Leave this to me. I leave this to you. Let's see.
Keep it up, everyone.
Turn to act.
Hellhounds. Cool attack.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Turn to it!
And he gets a heal anyway. But it was
I've been
fine.
paying attention.
And McBurn's pretty buff, given his goofy name. So I got AP for beating her.
Man, is that really what you call everything you got?
Seems like I could maybe beat him if I had the right buffs and stuff.
This can't be happening.
How can they be so strong?
I've never fought anyone so strong in my life.
Thank you, Reen. That's good to
By a
calibrate.
long shot.
He's a real force to be reckoned with.
We were able to knock that knight down at least.
Ugh! I can't believe I lost to mere students. And of course, one of them had to be an Arsaid. This is so humiliating!
Is it possible to beat McBurn, or does he just eventually get Hellhound turns over and over?
I'll give you a break. Were you even trying? I thought you beat Luve once. Hard to believe with that sorry side of a fight.
I did. Granted, he won the other 99 or
Well,
so.
he missed the first hit. He used Hellhounds, but because of the Master Quartz on Fee, it didn't hurt her. Then he just got to use it immediately again.
And I was! I simply slipped, that's all.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. If you haven't noticed yourself, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you haven't, it's probably not much anyway.
Huh? What do you...
Anyway, I'm out of here. You can take care of handing him over to the Duke.
You can't possibly be serious! You won't help even a teensy bit? It's a little much to handle all by myself.
Nah, I'm tired of this already. Maybe if one of them could seriously give me a run for my Mira, I'd consider it, but...
One run for your Mira coming right up.
Oh my Jim Jams.
She finally made it.
Yay.
Huh?
My dream of having a party of all adults will be shut down at every opportunity.
Nice.
Looks like I was right to hurry. I wasn't expecting to find you fighting monsters of this caliber.
You're... Instructor Sarah?
Sorry for the wait. But don't you worry.
She's way
your pretty
cooler
little
in
head's
cutscenes
none.
than she is in
Now
your
that I'm
party.
here, I won't let them lay a finger on you. How could I call myself your homeroom teacher if I did?
Thanks.
You're the Purple Lightning, aren't you?
Huh. Hey, I've heard of you.
What's Sarah doing here?
I don't know what to say.
Was this your doing, Eustace?
No, there was about to be a sequence where us losing led to consequences, so there had to be an anime rescue.
I used a secret channel to contact her.
Like the last time we were losing. And Sharon showed up.
She was to be our insurance if things took a turn for the worse.
Really?
I'm pleased to see you're well, Sarah.
Sure am. I wasn't expecting to find you taking care of my kids, though. Still, I'll give credit where it's due.
I don't know, man. She's been in my party before. I think McBurn would still
seriously want
just
to
cast
keep fighting?
Hellhounds and one-shot her.
Surely you don't believe you'll win because you're an A-rank bracer.
You ask me, this is more like it. Not like there are any towns nearby I can burn down, so maybe it's time I stopped holding back.
Beat him anyway.
Flames?
Those are just like...
Hold on a moment!
Yeah, I love that Reen has spent basically zero time interrogating his whole Super Saiyan ability.
I know I said I wanted help, but I'd rather you didn't set me on fire in the process.
This is where he has two things.
What the devil are you doing up there?
The hell? That sounds like...
Isn't that Duke Albarea?
Father? Or no?
Lord Eustace. Eustace, what is the meaning of this? You dare to leave a letter like that and simply disappear? Have you gone mad?
So he had already decided to leave before the race.
Hey, Duke. You mind staying out of this? I was getting all fired up there before you came and ruined everything.
Silence! This has nothing to do with you. I will not stand for behavior like this, Eustace. You will do as I say. Your selfish actions will smear mud on the good Albarea name. Is that what you want?
My intentions are as I outlined in the contents of that letter. I intend to walk my own path with my classmates at my side. I have no wish to dirty the Albarea name. On the contrary, I wish to find for myself how I should live as one who bears it.
Eustace.
What is this drivel?
Why does McBurn report to this guy?
I always knew what a mistake it was to accept you into this family. Come forth, Knights of Kreutzen!
Oh man, it's a good thing there's clearance on that arch. The roller skating robots.
Boy. Here comes trouble.
These must be the soldats from Oryx Fort.
I don't recognize that one either. It must be a new model.
It's a Hector. Oh no, what is it with robots named Hector?
Yeah, there goes any interest I had left. Have a blast. See ya.
You always be so indifferent.
Yep, that's his quirk.
Reen!
Right.
Looks like it's your turn to shine.
Then...
Are you gonna call Valimar?
This is a do-or-die moment. Best of luck, Reen.
Heed my call.
Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
So is Duke Albarea like the Alabaster Kerfuffler or something? Is he like super badass? It sounds like McBurn isn't working for him, but like Ouroboros is being contracted by the Noble Alliance? No, they have the same, the Jaeger guys have the same quirk.
An ash-colored knight? Huh. So that's the foul fiend that caused trouble for the soldiers from the Twin Dragons Bridge.
I was ready to see, well, I guess the formula has to break now, right? Because we've got all the party members back, but it was like, okay, visit an area with your 3 party members, figure out how the war is barely affecting the area, unless if it's the Nord Highlands, and then make sure the war no longer is affecting the area. And then have a robot fight at the end, after an adult shows up to save the day when it seems like you're guaranteed to lose.
The very same great knight that fought near Trista at that.
And I can sense even more mana coming from it now than I could then.
Its form is most impressive.
It had like a day to recharge its battery.
Go forth, my knights! With them in our custody,
Go fight
the
Hector.
top spot in the Alliance is as good as mine. Show them the terrifying strength of the newest addition to our army.
The Alliance will love me if I can stop some teenagers meddling kids and their ash-colored robot.
That one looks tough. Heavily armored, too. But I'm sure Valimar can take it.
Right! I'm counting on you, Valimar!
Understood.
Use your links well.
Okay.
Okay.
Crescent Shell Chivalry Runes.
Good luck.
I'll try at least. Try this!
Resonant beat is really strong.
Try this!
Let's go!
That's it. Just a little. Great.
Now! Gotcha!
Okay. Try this!
This is bad.
Okay.
Let's go!
It's working.
Right.
Keep it up.
Try this!
This is bad.
Bring it on!
Right.
No?
Try this!
Bring it on! Gotcha! Let's go! Gotcha!
Okay. Here.
Give me a hand, Reed.
Leave it to me!
Go!
Hooray! Strength
That's
down.
it. Just a little more.
Right.
Don't go for the head on that turn. Okay.
It's my turn.
Let's go! Bring it on!
You missed, you goof.
Okay.
Has to be Unite on the final turn, that's fair.
Go! Sacred Flame!
Well done. You did great that time.
Yay.
This can't be happening. How can our new soldat be defeated?
Because Resonant Beat is busted. He doesn't have a sheath.
Think he's ready, Celine?
He should be.
Just put it in the hammer space.
Reen, give us a hand, Emma. We're going to open the spirit path. Right.
A transportation spell?
Time to make our escape.
Wait! Use this! You can't leave like this! I won't allow it!
Sorry, Dad.
Farewell for now, Father. Please give my regards to Rufus as well. It is my dearest wish that you won't repeat the mistake you made with Ymir a second time. Arno, might I ask you to return the horse I borrowed to the mansion?
As you wish, Lord Eustace.
Where is that horse?
Wait, I say!
McBurn didn't accidentally
That is an order, Eustace!
burn it to death? What about the motorcycle? The reunion was a reason for joy. Each of them was left with a nasty sense of foreboding. They had happiness and fear in equal measure. Okay. It seems like Valimar always wins these encounters, so... Unless we're dealing with, like, Crow or something. Oh, good. Spirit Path was able to grab the motorcycle, too. Gains XP. I think so, but fortunately his batteries never charged when we're up against a human foe, even against a scripted loss fight like McBurn. Forwards, not backwards. Always twirling. The horrible bike? It must have been drawn into the spirit path. Why don't, like, rocks and trees? Oh, whatever, it's fine. The robot detected that Reen really wanted to keep his motorcycle. Machias? I think his dad got arrested. With Reen acting as a medium? What? Tobal and Sarah can now use Overdrive and link with each other. Oh, that's nice. Or Overdrive icons. Allowing for new strategic possibilities. Hi, Ben. You can basically get a burst attack, like, from nothing.
Welcome home, Reen. I see you were able to find the rest of your classmates.
Yeah, this is everyone.
It sure wasn't easy, but we managed.
That's good for the bonus streams.
I'm just
Have the
glad we
band
made it
back
back in
together.
one piece. The last part was definitely the biggest pain.
Indeed.
Regardless, we wouldn't have been able to make it here if not for you all coming to find us. Thank you.
And naturally, that goes for you too, Celine.
Yeah, whatever.
It's great to see you guys again.
The winds must have been on your side. It sounds like there was some trouble along the way, but you came back, and that's all that matters. I can't say I'm surprised to find you're in good health, though. Ill weeds grow apace, after all.
I could say the same about you. Given how useless you are at anything you can't learn from a book, part of me expected we would next meet with you behind bars. Again.
It hasn't even been 30 damn seconds and I already want to kill you.
Okay, my turn! Aw, why'd you move out of the way?
Because you were trying to hug me, obviously.
Oh, come on. You know you want to.
While I'd expected you to come back with your classmates, I didn't think you'd come back with Sarah, too.
Yeah. Well, here I don't think they're as restricted by what is supposed to happen in the timeline as the first game was.
Not that anything had ever happened to you, of all people.
Yeah, it was about the first 4 hours were what's going on with Reen, what's his deal. The next 4 hours was go recruit the first 3 characters, then go recruit the next 3 characters, then go through get the last 3 characters. So
I didn't doubt your safe return for a moment, Lady Sarah.
it helps that there's no school segments in the middle to slow everything down even more.
Certainly has gotten lively around here.
It sure has. You're looking a lot better, Dad.
I'm still a ways from being back to my old self, but I'm finding it a lot easier to walk around. Toval and Sharon have kindly been handling both the village's security and correspondence with the other regions, which means I can focus on my health.
We've done nothing special, I assure you.
We're just glad to see you getting better.
That's not true at all. You've done so much for us, I don't even know where to begin thanking you. And Reen, I want you to know that we're both so proud of what you've accomplished. It couldn't have been easy coming this far, but you did it. You should hold your head high.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it alone.
Well, I think we've been standing out here long enough. I've had rooms prepared for you all at the Phoenix Wing, so go ahead and rest there.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that where we stayed during our last visit?
That's the one. I imagine you must all be exhausted after all that's transpired in the past few days.
The open-air bath's finally been repaired too. If you get the chance, you should enjoy a nice, relaxing bath after all your hard work.
Should be alarmed that the hot springs are in our base of operations town. The first one wasn't that bad. It could have been way worse. Lisa and Alfred being captured and Yusa's bailing on his dad are like the 2 consequences that have happened so far. Who left the strongest impression? None of them? Toval.
Hey there. How's the water?
Am I summoning him to the hot springs? Jeez.
Toval? I'm surprised you're still awake.
Come on. I'm still young. You think I'd hit the hay this early?
I go to bed at 8.
Mind if I join you?
Not at all. Go right ahead.
You really can't beat the hot springs of Ymir. I've used them a few times since coming here, but it never gets old. Sounds like I picked the best season to be here, too.
Should I pick Crow?
You did, actually. Winter's my favorite season to use the springs, too. You really must like coming in here, though, considering that we've already been in here once today. But I guess I can't really talk either, can I?
No, you sure can't. And I could get used to this, all right. Oh, yeah. Kinda overdue and maybe a little out of nowhere, but congrats on making it this far and doing what you set out to do.
A little out of nowhere is right. What brought this on?
You've been through a hell of a ride since everything went down back in Trista, but you've gotten through it all just fine. Not only that, you managed to get all of your old classmates and Sarah back together again. That wouldn't have happened if not for you.
But it's pretty dependent on, like, Sarah and Sharon showing up to save the day.
I think you're giving me too much credit.
Yeah.
It was only thanks to everyone's support, yours included, that I was able to do anything at all.
Don't think I did all that much, personally. And hey, I'll give credit where credit is due. Class 7's only how it is because you're at its center. And that's a fact. Everyone believed that you'd rise up and fight. And they still believe it now. That's why they're here. So, as someone who's been watching over you for a while now, I think you deserve a pat on the back for all you've done.
He turns to face the camera. You, person controlling the JRPG protagonist, are the most important person.
What? Did I overdo it? Well, don't sweat it too much if it bothers you, I guess.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at you.
I was laughing at you.
It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
Oh, gotcha. Well, then make sure you don't forget it. The friendships you've made aren't the kind that can be broken easily. That goes without saying between us, too.
Don't worry, I won't forget. Now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day. As long as we don't give up, I know we can make that a reality, both for ourselves and for the people who have supported us in getting this far.
That's what I like to hear. I've got your back all the way, Reen.
Poot. Ymir, rest day 3. Sounds like a plan. Oh, to catch them up because they're late? 7 points, Jesus game. Stop it. I guess this is what I get for getting my wish of not having so many goddamn pace-destroying class cutaways. Glad the robot was able to bring my bike back. Can't even get in touch with the Wenzel. Is Wenzel in one of the Crossbell games? Send all 7 points and admire the bike. Give me a combat link with the bike. Ginger ale. Why does Emir have tons of, like, Eastern delicacies. Oh, Master Kafai, okay. Like, San Francisco with all the sushi restaurants and stuff. I'm enabling her alcoholism. The fact that it said that I could get a combat link with her and Toval makes me hope that I can have a party that has no Class 7 members in it. Like, I feel like I need to hold on to Reen because his abilities are really good. He ought to be dead, Sarah. It's not yet clear that there is any good reason for him or Reen's mom surviving. I think level 3. One-on-one training. Where I went with Claire before? Yep. Yeah, don't worry, I don't only get to use the knight once every few hours. The mana concept is brilliant. Why would you think I'm able to... Okay, good. Because, like, they just implied that she was enough to beat McBurn. The strength tier list is all over the map in this game. Even when it comes to technology. It's like, okay, got it. Robots beat tanks. Wait, no. Now there's a new model of tank that they developed in the last 30 days that can beat a robot. I get that they can't let her be as strong in your party as, like, she and Sharon and the rest of them are, like, believed to be. And I'm fine with that, but it's weird that it still varies from, like, cutscene to cutscene. Wars causing the old me to resurface. Claire's 60 CP ability is pretty nutty. We're trying to, like, get in an alpha strike on a boss. Especially if you use it in Overdrive. think I need to proc it with her so she can do it twice. She has enough CP for it. I'm guessing it's on average more damage to use her CP for that than to use her S-Craft. They all moved exactly how I calculated they would. Captain Claire started happily teaching Irene how to play more effectively. Went through every step with limitless kindness and patience. Wow. She wants to be senpai. And just Sister Zone Reen. Or Claire Reen. Try to think of it as nothing more than a meaningless gesture. He already sister zoned his actual sister, much to her chagrin. So we'll do Fee and Elliot since I still use them. If the game doesn't let me get away with having a party with no kids. Consider this bonding point spent on the dog. You can speak dog? And military monsters? She's a Beastmaster? Try not to overthink it. Thanks, doggo. Hey, 3 to go. Elliot, buddy. Right. I think they've set this as a month in the future, but they want to act like it's like a year in the future. It's just too long to survive on robot and cat milk, though. Playing loot. I mean, you just recently played in a giant concert. Okay, thank you, Elliot. Any combination of instruments. Vuvuzela and steel drum. Or monkey drum, even better. Even get a round of applause. Once the war is over, then we can live for the future. Elliot strengthened. Auto tier. I like how I'm just barely caught up with where I am after hanging out with Sarah for one event. I guess they had to do that since they're late additions to the party. Definitely not Milliam. Maybe Laura. She's in the shop is the problem? Okay. A shaved ice maker, apparently. Still no hit 2. Can you tell me about McBurn? His quirk is that he doesn't care. He's laid back. He wants a challenge. It's crazy because even though he's so obviously bored, he's actually quite competent in combat. Borscht. She seems like just like any other maid. My lesson about Sharon bonding events. An executive who knowingly hires an agent of Ouroboros. How cute. I think if Sharon was just like a not important maid and just like Batman people all the time, that would be more fun. But it turns out she's actually Batman. Okay, I gotta do one more. I guess Laura's. Well, I probably won't use her. Why would you be surprised? Green tea. I hope there's a future Trails game set in the East. Was there an Eastern-inspired like area in the Elder Scrolls games? General Aurelia? You mean the Golden Rakshasa? The Burnt Sienna Mind Flare? Perfect timing. Future Marstead, it might be a bit before you play this again. You just finished doing a bunch of bonding events. Go in the house to move the main story forward. If it's been a while since you played, you probably don't have muscle memory anymore for back attacking monsters, but you have to kind of stagger strike and move slightly to the side so that you don't walk into the enemy. That's probably the most important thing to remember. Thanks, folks. Trails 2 will return when it wins the vote or shows up on Subblock or unlocks a bonus stream.